Hello, board members. How we doing this fine Sunday afternoon? Well, I hope, as it is Puzzle Sunday, we are going to be continuing our playthrough of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Last week was quite the ordeal, I would say, overall. We disproved what is now turning out to be one of three potential areas that a single individual was murdered at the same time. So initially there was two places that a guy could be murdered at the same time. We were able to disprove one of those locations, but by disproving it, we opened up the potential for a third murder of the same guy at a different time, but in the same location. Yeah, it was crazy. We proved some physical impossibilities in the form of a videotape showing, how do I describe this? A mascot cutout being in front of an area and then behind an area. And in the video, it shows it being in front of the area, and but when we presented it in court, it was behind the area. For our convenience, of course. So we've already disproven some physical impossibilities in this case, which is always a good start. Well, a good continuation since we're on about the fourth attempt at this trial. We've had, I think, 3 pushbacks now of something new pops up, gets pushed back. Something new pops up, gets pushed back. So technically the trial, I think, is past its 3-day limit that this universe has set on how long trials can take, which is sort of crazy in and of itself. But yeah, so I think today, I want to say today we're doing more investigating, trying to figure out how this person was killed at one of the 2 locations, but earlier in the day, and no one noticed or figured it out. So also, that location is in the evidence locker, one of the evidence lockers inside of a police station. So it continues to get weird. But let us continue and see where we left off. 18 appears to be the newest, so I'm going with 18. Yeah, day 3 of the investigation. Now, technically, by the way the rules are written for these crimes and such, February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. We're only supposed to have 3 days max to present a case to find the criminal. So this is the 3rd day of an incredibly complex trial where we've done so many things. I'm still kind of convinced that the demon guy who's in charge of the police department in this area has something to do with this, is going to turn out to be the overall bad guy. But outside of that, I really don't know what else to expect. It could go anywhere at this point. Emma, I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Which thing? There's a lot. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Oh, this was her admittance in court in front of witnesses that she used to fake details in the case, like evidence and stuff, to get a guilty verdict in cases where they knew that they had the person but didn't have the evidence, to solve drastic crimes, apparently, is how they described it. Caused the an uproar in the courtroom, and everyone had to be they had to clear the court. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. They were trying a serial killer, and they had caught them, but they didn't have enough evidence, so they faked some amount of evidence, it seems like. We haven't found out what kind of evidence they faked or what the evidence was that they faked, or there's some even debate of whether this was the right serial killer, or if this was a serial killer at all, I guess. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Drake killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Convenient. Lana wanted Drake convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. They didn't let us see that part. Welcome, Ika. How goes it? I'm a little tired, but otherwise I'm doing all right. How are you doing? You have a nice day off, hopefully? They gave us this giant file about the SL9 incident, but all we read was the cover page. They wouldn't let us read the rest of it. She is mentioned, her and her sister, who is on trial, and is the head of the prosecuting branch of the police in this area, are mentioned by name in here as being related to the crime, and we don't know how. Joe Drake's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Drake tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Wow, that's a classic sound effect right there. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Drake trial. I didn't see that one coming. What? It mentioned that she was a witness in the... I thought it mentioned she was a witness in the paperwork. Alright. Am I wrong? Hold on. God, we have so much stuff right now. Yeah, I swear it just mentioned that she was a witness in this. Victims. Which, here's the Neil Marshall. We put that together early. Yeah, witnesses. Lana Skye and Emma Skye. That's literally on the, like, front of the booklet. My day's been fine. Just went for a bit of a walk. Nice. Hopefully it was a nice day out. If I was going to go for a walk here, I definitely have to start pretty early in the morning. Maybe around 8. After that, it's starting to get into the uncomfortably warm period of the day. Yeah. Phoenix Wright confirmed to never read? I guess not. That would explain so many things. That would explain so much if it turns out he can't read or refuses to read books. That would explain so much about what's wrong with him. That explains why he's never heard of these murders. Yeah, it's a nice today, 75. Nice. That is that's literally like what I set my house at home with the AC. That's perfect. But that would explain why he's never heard of any of these super prominent murders and police incidents. Is that he doesn't read newspapers, right? So if he's not watching the news, he doesn't hear about these things. It would explain so much about his character that turns out he can't read or, like, refuses to read or something. That's a good catch, Ika. It's kind of my headcanon right now, so he just refuses to read things. Alright, SL9 incident. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. I feel like... I don't know. I guess because we were in college getting our, like, lawyering degree... Maybe that's how we missed it, but 2 years ago was not long ago. And our character is confirmed to be 24, which means at this time, they would have been 22. There's no reason they would have known about a serial killer going around. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. Convenient. Plot convenient, anyway. Or I guess ambiance convenient. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Drake. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Drake tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. Okay, after the incident? I don't remember the moment when Drake stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Oh, he probably knew and didn't care. Dramatic lightning? Yeah, exactly. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. Yeah, I mean, technically when we started the first chapter or section of this, it was mentioned that Edgeworth was known for getting a guilty verdict at all costs, including tampering with evidence. So I don't know. I guess that was actual. That wasn't. What's the best way? It was gossip as opposed to a known fact at the time, but I mean, it was completely true. We proved that in court multiple times that he was willing to falsify evidence. Of course, with no punishment to him whatsoever. Along with a few other, I think another prosecutor, we also proved falsified evidence, and they didn't get arrested until we proved that they actually murdered somebody. But after they assaulted us in a police department with a taser, this module is completely insane, and it makes me want to throw things a lot. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Drake knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. There's a lot of people just passing out for no reason in this module, by the way. Like, a lot. Like, I looked this up one time. Well, I didn't look it up, I guess. I heard about this in several locations simultaneously. Of, like, in the course of, like, 3 days, I saw 3 different people talk about this specific situation of, like, seeing something dramatic and then passing out. And now, basically, if that happens to you, you see something dramatic and you pass out like this, that means there's something, like, medically wrong with you that you need to get looked into. Like, that's not something people do on a regular basis. They see something dramatic and then pass out. If that happens to you, it means you have a medical condition and you need to seek immediate, like, help. It's not normal. It's not okay. You need medical assistance. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14? That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. Find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forgive me. I'm sorry. Wait. Lana would never have to forge any. I guess they mean forge any evidence, I guess. I don't think that was written correctly. If I remember correctly, didn't that sort of thing come from 18's women passing out because their corsets were too tight? Or that's also another myth? Yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah, during dramatics, it just became women were supposed to be dainty and fragile, so they would pass out at dramatics or whatever. I don't even know if it has anything to do with actual, like, corsets and stuff. It's so much as just a, what would be the best way to describe it? A cultural falsity that had been propagated through so many years of plays and books and stuff. I mean, there's a term called a fainting couch, which was specifically for this sort of incident of, like, a woman or something becoming lightheaded at the dramatics and needing to lay down. Like, what? It was complete insanity. Well, I completely believe that corsets were too tight and causing women to pass out. That I completely believe is true. It could be tied to it, I guess, but the stuff I was just hearing about, like, if you're in a dramatic situation like this and you pass out, 9 times out of 10, that passing out means you have some kind of medical condition you need to get looked at. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Drake had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. What? Wait, that's not right. Hasn't it been described that the prosecutor's office is 30 minutes away by driving? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. I'm almost positive they've talked about that the prosecution's office is like a 30-minute drive. Because that had something to do with the fact that Edgeworth had to drive to the police department to get his medal for the Employee of the Year or whatever award. And it's a 30-minute drive. They specifically mentioned that. Across from the elevator. Okay, he's also confused. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. What? Okay, well, that explains that. So she wasn't a prosecutor at all at the time. She was, in fact, a detective. We're getting brand new evidence added into this story suddenly out of the blue. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. Okay, yeah, exactly. This is literally coming out of left field. No one has mentioned this in all of these trials and notes and everything, that Lana was, in fact, a detective at the time, not a prosecutor. Even though I thought they had mentioned that she was the prosecutor. The head prosecutor was helping push this trial along with Neil Marshall or whatever. After the Joe Drake case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. That's not all right. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Okay. That's a lot of random making things up, you know. Again, one of the things I don't like about this module is that they just keep doing things like that, where they present you with all this evidence, and then suddenly they're like, oh no, that's all completely wrong. Actually, it was this other thing that you could have never seen coming because it doesn't make any sense. Along with the, what was the other thing it's been driving me up the wall? Oh, the Deus Ex Machina of you have to fail, and then once you fail, then someone comes in, saves you, and then you get to succeed. I don't like that. It works in a movie. It does not work in a module where I'm meant to be succeeding on my own merit. You're really undermining my own ability to, you know, perform as the character. Okay, video from the security camera placed in the evidence room on a bloody handprint. Oh, can I ask you about this? The Czar's pretty fragile. Looks like it's just about to break apart. What do you mean, about to? It's already broken. I meant again. This piece was found in Detective Goodman's evidence locker. That means this is somehow related to the other incident? Handprint? His fingerprint was left on the locker when Marshall was stashing his bloody coat. I guess that blood wasn't Mr. Goodman's after all. Nope, just that of an overly zealous patrolman. So there wasn't a murder at the police summary at 5:15 in the end. I wonder what's going to happen to Officer Marshall now. Well, he assaulted a police officer, so it doesn't really matter that he's also a police officer. So at a minimum, he needs to go to, you know, jail for assault, an attempted murder, perhaps. Do we know anything about this? The screwdriver's at Edward's office, wasn't it? Yes, he said it didn't have anything to do with the crime. Odd. Then what are we doing carrying it around? Hey, don't ask me. I'm not the one making the decisions around here. If I recall, Edward said Chief Gant asked him to take this to the prosecutor's office. Huh. Deus Ex Machina is one thing if it happens in a cutscene. But when we're in a normal module play where you're expected to find a solution yourself, then it's even worse. Yeah, exactly. If it's in a cutscene where I have no control over it, that's one thing. I mean, technically, that's just the storytelling part. It falls into the same concept that if you're playing a turn-based RPG, you can get shot 900 times, and it's not fatal until you're in a cutscene, and then you get shot, and now you have to worry about actually dying from the wound. But in this case, I'm literally trying to put together the evidence to get through a section. It's like, oh, actually, you failed because we told you have to fail. It's like, oh, all right, well, you're literally forcing me to fail just so you can have someone come save me. And that's incredibly undermining as you know, in your confidence and your ability to do something. It'd be like trying to tell someone like, hey, go play basketball. Okay, well, where's the basketball? Don't worry about it. Just start playing basketball. And when it's time, the basketball will show up. Like, what? What does that mean? What do you... So would I just run around pretending to dribble a ball like I have one and then pretending to shoot the basketball? And when it's time for me to actually score points, someone will show up with the basketball and put it in the hoop for me? Like, that's not anything. What are you doing? I don't think there was anything else I needed to ask her about. Do we have anything about this? This photograph, Miss Starr must have been seeing things and photographing things. This proves Miss Sky was there at the scene of the crime. She is connected to this crime somehow, but how? Parking lot with the Edgeworth car. Alright, I guess we're just gonna have to go wherever we're going. Okay, we can go back there or to the police department. Alright, let's go check out the detention center and talk to the sister. Alright. February 21st, detention center visitors room. Lana? Why is she surprised that Lana's here? Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Because they are criminals. Because you're not a vigilante, ma'am? Yeah. Because they are criminals and we are not. Like, you just understand that you said you're going to act like a criminal, right? Like, you're acting like someone who's a bad person. But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. I mean, that is definitely an outcome that can happen. Believe me, I understand the risks. Do you? Do you even care? You act... Oh, God. I want to shake all these people. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And now the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office? That's right. Did you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. Punch them all? I do. I want to punch them all so bad. Alright, well, let's talk to her about it. Today's trial, Detective Lana Sky. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Were they a couple? Chief Gant? He was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked in crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. Now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience at court, right? Demon Man? It really seems like they're setting that up. Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. Was it? Or was it you forging evidence that was crucial? After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Or not, I guess. It's not on the thing I could talk about. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? Huh? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact that oh wait, my God, did she just tell? Did she just reveal the? Did she just foreshadow the demon thing? Did she just foreshadow that it's gonna turn out he's actually a demon? Did she literally sell her soul to a demon? That might be foreshadowing. Well, all the drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness? Miss Starr said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I ever seen Lana look so phased before. Okay, Drake investigation. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detective investigating Drake. So wait, second in command of the detectives investigating Drake. Second in command? That means the investigating lead was Damon Grant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. That feels very... I like the cross. Nice, Ika. That feels a little romancy, right? Just a little bit. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Drake was the serial killer. Neither BTTV nor Twitch had any sorts of devil/heck emotes, so I had to settle for pepperoni cross. You know what? It's appropriate for this module as just dumb and cheesy as it is. Without a doubt, Joe Drake was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Drake. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. First one at the scene. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake that day. The investigation was in its final stage, and Drake must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. He could just... What? He could just unlock the door and run out, I guess? From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Drake. Or Dark? No. Wait. Dark? Has it been Dark this whole time? I thought it was Drake, but apparently it was Dark? Also, I wonder how many times this module will have us trying to solve one case only to also solve another case from years ago. It's been dark this whole time. Oh, I was thinking Drake this whole time. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through... all of her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. So far, this would be the 3rd, if I remember correctly. The first being Mafia Woman at the children's show place, and the first death that happened there. Then with Edgeworth as a kid, then this one. Yeah, that sounds right. Basically, what is that? 3 of the 4 cases we've done or something like that? The first one was not another crime. It was the crime in the situation with Larry Butts and the model he was dating. Then it was the one you were talking about with the Mafia Woman in the children's show. And then it was Edgeworth's dad case. And then this one is the first one of chapter 2 or part 2 or whatever that's been going on now. So 3 of the 4 cases we've dealt with have involved us solving a previous crime from years ago in the current case. More efficiently, by the way, than the detectives involved in any of these cases, which is also its own problem. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Which, why not? Where is the other? There's a shoe here. There's a shoe that is hovering above us that we are waiting to fall. Wasn't there also some previous case with the Mia murder? Or did Mia actually solve that? Oh, I forgot about the Mia one. Did we solve a previous... No, we did... Well, it wasn't a murder, but it was blackmail. I forgot about the Mia one. I completely forgot about that. But that's actually 4 of 5. Because in the Mia trial, we proved that the guy that was responsible for killing Mia was also directly responsible for blackmailing a bunch of people in another case, which is a different kind of crime, but still a crime. So it did directly tie into a previous crime and case and all that. In this case, it was just blackmail and not murder. But I think that previous case had something to do with murder also. So 4 out of 5 crimes now that we have dealt with have had something to do with solving a previous illegal incident. 3 of those have murder, 1 of them murder adjacent. It's insane. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Isn't the guy dead? Didn't you tell me he was executed? Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Wait, what? Wait, why did they make the deputy chief's office into the chief's office? Why didn't he just move into the chief's office? Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, I guess we can do that if you want. Do you know anything about this? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. Okay. What about this? Okay, nothing. This? Oh. Videotape. Nothing? Alright, she seems pretty against, like, talking to us about any of this. What about this? Oh. Okay. I guess we're good. Oh, I should examine. Anything new on you, bud? This guard monitors the visitor's room. He seems frozen in place, cowering under the room's oppressive atmosphere. Well, that's a new take on that. Smile for the camera. Nothing new there. Okay. They've come up with a lot of descriptions on what this guy's doing, even though he doesn't actually move. Let's go and see if there's anything new going on at the underground parking area. Technically, I think they wanted us to go to the police department, but we'll go here first. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. No, but there is evidence they were murdered earlier than that. I don't know, around 4, like the autopsy report says. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I don't think there's going to be anything new. Aha! A ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? In scientific terms, please. Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of the thing, Mr. Wright. This all seems so horribly familiar somehow. Alright, is there anything... I don't think there's anything new we're going to get here. That's where we found that note. SL9 incident, case that was due earlier that day. And everything this night referred to the Joe Dark killings. Everyone in this case played at some part in that incident. It's had to be more than just sheer coincidence. Agreed. About as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, all right. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken. The question is, why did Miss Skye choose his car? So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. It's about time I got my driver's license. That would be a coupe, not a sedan, because a sedan would have back doors. If it's only got 2 like this, I think it's considered a coupe. Not that even a coupe doesn't have a back seat. Literally, it's just like the door thing. Alright. Can I look at... Is there anything new with this? So that's where Miss Starr saw the incident from. Probably see quite a lot from up there. This probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Skye stab him. Where's the security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I heard. But apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Starr. One is a force to be reckoned with. Okay, yeah, there's nothing else going on here. Oh, God. Let's move on. Oh, we can go check on... Let's see if Edgeworth is up to anything. Edgy boy, are you home? We need to talk to you. I swear if we come in and you and Gumshoe have your shirts off, we're leaving. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's been doing... Wait, maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Well, yesterday. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Alright, doesn't look like anything changed in here. Go back to underground parking. Let's go to the police department entrance. February 24th, police department entrance. Oh, it's Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. I had to think about what this was, but that's French. You never know what life will lead you, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Old Billy dried up this morning? Billy must be his pet cactus? Sadly, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? Oh, why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about, it was that one. Prospectors didn't head west to know what was there. They went west to find gold. Literally as far east as you can go, cowboy. Yeah. I'm a Western man here in the land, the far east of the rising sun. Like, what are you talking about, you idiot? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Maybe he means he was trying to find gold in that room in the same way a prospector heads west to find gold. Maybe that's what he means, and he's just describing it in a really inaccurate way. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like we won't be getting a steak lunch today. Alright. The dark trial. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the fact had been concealed with forged evidence? I don't know if changing that on a report counts as forged evidence. That's probably more of forged, like, autopsy reports, but I guess it's still a forgery. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Again? Again what? Which thing? Because there's so many things they do in this over and over again. Like, I don't even know. This thing has melted my brain. I think I'm playing too many things making me angry right now. My previous message. Oh, I missed that one. I'm sorry. Edgeworth knife was the murder weapon. Again. Yeah. That's going to be a crazy coincidence if it turns out Edgeworth knife was the murder weapon in the first case, and in this case, that would imply that someone, like, that would definitely be setting up that someone on the police department was setting up Joe Dark, and Joe Dark was running around in terror. Maybe they're setting up that Damon Grant is actually the serial killer, and he blamed it on Joe Dark. That would make sense. Prosecutor Marshall. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. It also looks like you're older than him for him being your older brother. It might be your tan or something is throwing me off, or maybe like the facial hair and he's clean shaven. But he looks older than his older brother. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your older brother? He was 27 at the time. Probably the facial hair, that's probably it. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the... Also, longer hair does that too. That's true. That's true. King of prosecutors. I knew it! What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Scars. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Could you check the list of names on the trophy you have in evidence? Yeah, I could. Check it, please. I don't know what all it'll tell me, because I can't actually read it. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner? Yeah, that's probably it. Well, wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime. She says that his name have a kind of ring to it. Yeah, so we, you know, all they tell us about is Von Karma, and you can't actually... There's nothing to it. You can't actually read it yourself. So you can check it, they just don't actually tell you the names on the list. I mean, if you look at this, just based on the markings, it looked like one person did it. Like, one person got it for almost all of its life. Then you've got someone else here that it looks like kind of back to that first person, and then someone else here. So there's kind of a difference in that. I mean, if this is telling us it's Edgeworth, and this is Von Karma, Edgeworth, Von Karma for these two, this one looks like it might be different. The placement of the square in the corner is different. There's no, like, lower square, and this whole bottom row is kind of faint. Whereas on Von Karma, it looks like it's at least lightly filled in on this side. So maybe this, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that was 6 years ago. No, the 2 year ago was Marshall's brother, was what he just said. Yeah, that's what I mean. So this one was 6 years ago, it looks like. Well, no, because I mean, the list is going, I would assume, left to right. Otherwise, if it was right to left, the lower column would be on this left side, right? I mean, I don't know about Japanese calligraphy or whatever. I don't know how they do their signage, but in the States, you go left to right. So you would fill this column up at first and then start on this one. So 1, 2, I guess. Okay, maybe what it was. That doesn't make any sense. If Von Karma's the one listed on here the most, because 2 years ago, so if you had Edgeworth this year, unless maybe they're not counting this year, so maybe it's like Edgeworth, Von Karma. Well, this is different, actually. So maybe this is it. See how this is very different. Like, this has that top row is very dark, where here it has like a spot in the middle, and the bottom is different. So maybe this is the one where Marshall won it. Von Karma won it again, and then this year, I think Edgeworth, Von Karma, and Marshall, whatever. Yeah, that must be what that is. So yeah, Edgeworth, Von Karma, what is it? Eth? No. Whatever. Marshall, Prosecutor Marshall, and then it looks like Von Karma, an unknown person here from 6 years ago. And then it looks like the rest of these are all Von Karmas. I mean, I guess that's some amount of detail. I guess they just didn't want you to figure that out until you already knew it. You know what I mean? So I guess that kind of checks out. Lightly. Okay, every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, dead. Demoted. Fired. Dead. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant and Skye. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Huh? Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Want a secret? It's all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. I won't even be a patrolman. Did he just cough? What was that? Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. I think Edwards von... Oh, okay, yeah, we read that. Okay. Do they have anything new to say about these detectives? It's kind of... Or these, like, officer and this person? It kind of changed every time we've looked at this. Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed the lot, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh, man, I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. Okay, that's a third different thing I think they've said about this, too. Which is kind of impressive that they put that much thought into changing this up every time. Do we get the same panda thing, Mr. Wright? Do you know that why patrol cars are painted black and white? No idea why. Well, I think they're designed after a panda. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the panda thing. When I was on a school trip, I saw a patrol car in a zoo, see? What about zebras? Yeah, okay. We get the same thing about the posters. A new poster are hanging up on the bulletin board here. You know this face? If you do, dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. Never seen anyone who looked like these people in these posters. Or even look human. She has a point. I think it's got... This had to have been an in-joke at some point for, like, Capcom or whoever makes the Phoenix Wright stuff. It had to have been an in-joke. I guess criminal affairs? Because we were told to come in here and look at the chief of police office. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Chief Gant? Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Okay. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. She's just so smart, everybody. I think this has changed a few times. I missed one of the detectives. He mumbling something to himself. That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. That's a third different one of those, I think, also. So there's at least a little bit of variety in searching these backgrounds. There's the detectives' desks. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. I mean, using a time machine, that's some... No offense to anybody who's ever written a whatever and used a time machine as a plot point. Just, it's kind of weird writing. It's a little light sometimes. Ika, if you've ever... solving crime with time, yeah. Ika, if you've ever written a story involving a time machine as, like, the plot point, that's fine. If you have to do that just the right way, or it can feel very much like this module's, like, actively undermining your own evidence. So So this is the policeman, Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. It's a little change from the one outside. While the dancing Blue Badger is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely. It's cutting edge stuff very now. Showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. Okay, that's the same. Alright, let's move on then. I mean, Ika, as the only person I know currently, well, the only person I know who's here that I could talk to about writing stories. Did you ever use a time machine? I know you did some dimension hopping stuff and like some internal, like, mindscape stuff. Did you use time machines? Yeah, you have to be careful with time travel in stories. Yes, 100%. I have not? Oh, okay. Okay, we get to go to a new location. Ooh. Chief off. Oh my god, what is this? What? Why is this a church? Look at this floor. Okay, this guy's gotta be a demon. He's gotta be a demon. He's a demon or he's like a fallen angel demon. Oh my god. 100% demon, Ika. Yeah, 100. I agree, 100%. Like, 100% this guy is a demon or something. Like, maybe he's not like a from heck demon, but he's definitely a fallen angel demon or something. There is something up with this guy. February 24th, the Chief Gant's office. Whoa, where am I? The chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I had to think about how to say that word, too. I thought I was a genius until they tried to teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. If we can have ghosts and spirit mediums, shrine maidens, then we can definitely have demons. Oh, yeah. Literally one of the first things they introduced in this world is supernatural stuff. There is absolutely no reason... Wait. Do you see this? In this picture? Is it just me? Are they, like, foreshadowing this spear or whatever that this knight is holding? Like, I looked at her face and this glowing dagger behind her, like, caught my eye. That's gotta be relevant, right? That's gonna turn out to be the murder weapon that Gant's been using or something. But yeah, literally one of the first things they introduced in this whole series was ghosts being real and capable. And magic, or at least the ability to talk to ghosts being real. And if ghosts are real and ghost mediums are real, that is absolutely no reason the demons can't be real. Gant the Impaler? Something like that. My god. This is so weird. This is such a weird left turn for this to make. I could never remember where C was. Hello, Gant. Oh, there's the armor right there. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. That armor is missing its eye holes? Yeah, a little bit. You're not wrong. I wonder if the swimming thing has something to do with something. He keeps mentioning, like, we should go swimming. Is it something like Heck doesn't have water, so he likes going swimming because it's something he can't do in Heck or something like that? I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Wait. Well, there's the... Yeah, there's the vase. What is going on in this picture? First of all, it doesn't make any sense why this knight is in front of her, unless they deliberately lined her up against the wall. Okay, so this is going to be the murder weapon that was used to kill somebody. I don't know who, but it's killing somebody. Next, a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. There's a lot weird with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Gant team picture added to the court record. Photo at the award ceremony of Gant, Lana, and Neil. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? The case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Also, if the spear was the true murder weapon 2 years ago, how the heck did they think it was from a knife? I don't know. I mean, I'm just guessing based on how they, like, foreshadowed that knife, like, this stabber, whatever this is, being in the picture. Oh, Keparald, welcome. It's been a little while. How you doing? 95 been sure it's that spear too. Yeah, they foreshadowed it way too hard. Again, if this suit of armor is in the same location it was during that picture, probably just the police in this world being super incompetent again. Yeah. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. But yeah, Kimple Arnold, welcome. How you doing? We've progressed quite a bit now. We've disproven at least one aspect of this murder trial. Still lots of other stuff going on. But how are you doing? Are you having a good Sunday evening? That must mean there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. I mean, like, a clue? Gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Okay, so, was this added to evidence? Okay, I have to start investigating. I have to remember to, like, explore all these. Okay, so things we notice. Obviously, Gant, looking all demonic as he does. What's his face with the trophy? Fine. I'm doing good, Ika. You gotta remember the police don't even see some really obvious evidence at all. Also, every client you get is innocent. Yeah. The Japarican police need to get their game together. Yeah, they need to be on point for sure. I don't think this is a spear though, Ika. Because it has a little crest in it. Like a sword would. So I don't think it's like a round spear. I think this is actually a pointed blade spear. You know what I mean? Because it does have this little crest in the middle. But also, how did they take this photo? Did they literally force her to stand behind the suit of armor? Because this suit of armor was up against the window in that one side of the room over on the far right. Unless this is a different suit of armor. Also, yeah, clearly I can't investigate this, by the way. Bad photography? Yeah, it's really bad photography. I mean, if you remove this statue or put the statue behind her, at least that would be better. But you've also got the problem that this guy's hair is cut off, which is bad framing. And her hands are kind of cut off, which is also bad framing. Whoever's running this camera needs to take about like another step and a half backwards to get this guy's hair in there and her hands in here. Then you can cut them all off at the knee, which will make it even. And you need to put them in front of this statue, not behind the statue. Yeah, I guess we'll see later when the module shows us the true murder weapon. Yeah. Okay, so where can we go now? Criminal affairs. We go back in here? Oh, apparently we do need to go back in here. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No? Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. Or more of it? Yeah, once something has to do with that stat, with the suit of armor. If it's not that weapon, something else, like maybe someone hid inside of it and pretended to be inside of it as like, you know, they hid inside of it literally or something. That suit of armor is way too prominent to not be directly relevant to this case. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Oh, we could talk to him. Edgeworth's crisis. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Wanda Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Love how you thought Gumshoe was the one that died. Oh, yeah. When they told us one of the... someone had died at the police department, we thought for sure Gumshoe had been killed. I thought for sure they had written out Gumshoe. I didn't think they were going to make up a random other person that had been murdered, let alone that it was the same person who had been murdered in a second location at the same time. I mean, Gumshoe is just the perfect amount of, like, recurring but not prominent to have been murdered in the beginning of chapter 2 here. But no, they went a different direction. I mean, they can't kill Edgeworth's boyfriend this quickly. They have to wait to fridge Edgeworth, or fridge Gumshoe for Edgeworth until the 3rd chapter when Edgeworth goes full vigilante mode. Emma? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence that they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this... Edgeman? Yeah. Yeah, he just becomes the vigilante Edgeman. And he runs around just slicing everybody up, I guess, or something. Like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff he could do with Edgeman. Oh, you know what he does? He runs around with, like, a paper cutter, one of those really big paper cutters. And that's been, like, detached from the base. And he just swings around this big cutter. That's what he's called, the Edgeman. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? And in our world, only those with a talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Police. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You got to take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. SL9 incident. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. You mean his unconscious body? I think it had something to do with the murder weapon? Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written here, somewhere in here, okay? Powers of recollection. Nope. Recollection. Nope. Nope, I can't do it. My brain won't let me. Never fails to impress. Recollection. Recollection. God, I had to really think about that one. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. I mean, yeah, we could do that. Recollection. Yeah, recollection. Recollection. God, I can't. My brain doesn't want to do that word out loud. Words, my nemesis. Give me numbers. I can do numbers, but I can't do words. Joe Drake was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of his crime, and he was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What, he made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well, finally he turned himself in. Seemed he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. What? Words. Yep. What? That's not a serial killer. That's a mass murderer if he was literally just running around from witness to witness stabbing them. I just realized Dark has the same eyes as Damon with the freaky pupil. Yeah. Yeah, now that you mention it, his eyes did look weird. I didn't realize what it was, but yeah, he has the same weird double pupil thing going on as Gant does. You're right. But so he's not a serial killer. He's literally a mass murderer. He's just running around stabbing people in like one frenzy. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. What? So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Okay. So we said present the murder weapon. Present? No, I want to present it to him. Did I hit the wrong button? Oh, I guess I did. Oh, alright. About this. Hey, is that... There's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Oh my god, at the murder picture angle, Dark has the same hairstyle as the key pie? The Q pie baby? What? What's a Q pie baby? What? Oh my god, at the murder picture angle, Dark has the same hairstyle as the Kupai baby? Japanese mayo brand, the biggest one. Okay, can you post a picture in the Discord, or I'll look it up when we get done? Just remind me to look it up when we get done, everybody. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. Huh? That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Okay, do we need to talk to you about it? I do. Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. Well, you traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Huh? It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. I posted it? Okay, thank you. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered? The chief's out now, and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay? Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Oh, he's seen the picture. Evidence room. He's seen this vase before. He said he got it back to the state we have it in now. But it didn't affect anything, so he didn't bother keeping it that way. Can I present him this? Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh. Okay, I guess that's not it. Maybe this? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? In this... What? Okay, let's look at this. Punch Gumshoe and Phoenix right now. I want to do the double headbutt thing where I walk up behind them and slam their faces together. Name of the deceased, Neil Marshall. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart/lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Oh, that's it. That's literally all it says. Okay. Did we get the tip of the knife? It doesn't look like we got that as evidence. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Dang, what do they want me to present him then? Like, evidence? Studying up on these files, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case from Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Alana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. What else? What do I need? This? Let me share a little. No, not that. Why do I still have this screwdriver? What am I gonna do with this screwdriver? Maybe I'm gonna use it to literally just unlock something. What do I need to show him to change his mind? The handprint, maybe? Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Huh. Did we know what this rubber glove was used in relevance to the crime? Was it ever mentioned why this was evidence in the case? No. Oops. Goodman's letter. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You know what it was right off the bat. Well, I'm a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Shoe? No, not the shoe. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. No idea how Gumshoe even got hired. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can think of is Gant wants an idiot detective around that he can eventually use as a patsy to, like, actively fail an investigation for him on purpose. Or like, use him to fail knowing that Gumshoe is bad at his job. So it would be really easy to, like, cover up the crime or whatever. That's the only thing I can think of on why they would keep Gumshoe around. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know if they mentioned anything about what that rubber glove has to do with the SL9 incident. I mean, if all he did was go around stabbing witnesses to the crime he was actively committing at the time, then that doesn't make a lot of sense. What was he using the gloves for? I mean, he went on a stabbing spree, what sounds like over the course of a day or two? Victim's memo found in the trunk. Anything on this? Nope. Do you have anything about this? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Prosecutor's office. What about this weapon? Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? I'm gonna give it to the prosecutor to do such a thing. Wait, I mean, I'm sure someone else really did it. Someone must have grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, that's nothing new. Can I present him with my badge? Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge, enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. I mean, you're 16. You can go get one, right? Do you care about the fingerprint kit? Hey, that powder I use for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! Oh God, what just happened? Uh-oh. If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? What? What was that? I don't know what that scene was meant to represent. Was that must represent how stupid he was? I don't understand. So he sneezed and then said, if it helps, I once fell asleep on a bench with fresh paint. What? Okay, I don't know. I don't know what. Exactly. I have no idea what he's talking about. Maybe this glove is relevant. I don't know. No, I don't want to examine it. I want to present it to the idiot detective. Let me share a little. No, not the glove. Okay. I don't know what else there is to show. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. Shh. They come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. It's true. Security video? No, not the security video. What else is there to show him? Let me sure. No, not that one. No? So I need to show him something that will change his mind. But I've shown him like everything in our... No? I guess we just go down the list. Phone? Not the phone. Parking lot? Not the parking lot. Picture? That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you could tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Well, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16. That's how old I am now. Wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. So he has some kind of incident from when he was 16. That's interesting. Shoe? Nothing to do with the shoe. Luminol? Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces, too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. What? Apparently there's nothing you can do right now. Oh, okay, great. So they lied to me again, is what they're saying. They told me that I needed to present something, and I actually don't have that thing. Great, they lied to me again. Fun. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula? I mean, this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Okay, he bought growth. He bought human growth hormone, apparently. All right. I guess we gotta go someplace else then. Detention center, maybe? Can we talk to you? Did it? Let's see. Can we go here and then maybe we can go talk to Edgeworth now? Ah, okay, yes. We gotta go talk to Edgeworth now. Okay. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 102. Parking lot? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. Yeah, and then Edgeworth. Oh, okay, so there was something else to do in the parking lot? Okay, we'll go back over there in a second. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Forged evidence, tomorrow's trial, the day of the trial. Okay, wait. I can go back to the underground parking lot? Oh. Wait, what? February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No, I just had to go there to get to Edgeworth. Oh. Excuse me. Well, apparently I'm triggering this now. I hope that's okay. But either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? That does not look like roast beef. That looks like raw beef. Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk? Still, I have never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day that evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Huh? Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The incident Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. That is raw! Mistar hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Maybe okay? I don't think that does not look... Did she actually give that to us? No, she didn't. I was gonna look at that. The person who discovered milk explaining what he was doing to the cow. Listen, the little baby cows suck on it. I figured I could give it a shot and see. Who knows? Who knows, all right? Why do you pretend like you know? You're not a scientist. Look, it's the year 715, all right? Someone needs to know what happens when you suck on the stuff that comes out of the cow teeth, all right? Don't look at me like that. I'm just doing this for science. I'm very thirsty. That stuff looks good. I wanted to give it a try. Okay. The Dark investigation. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Wait. Okay, wait. Were we not just told that he went around stabbing the witnesses to his initial incident with it, like hitting someone with his car? So he murdered them over the course of a half of a year? That reminds me of how one of the Tavern D&D guys are playing now. Okay. So, going around saying he's doing stuff for science or scientifically? Oh, God. Oh, that's terrible, Ika. I do not want to know. Okay, so I guess he is a serial killer, but he somehow kept finding out about the eyewitnesses. It's gotta be Gant. It's gotta be Gant like using Joe Dark as a cover story. Maybe it's gonna have something to do with his eyes. Like the witnesses were all talking about these crazy eyes that Joe Dark has. But it's actually Gant's eyes that were the ones that were crazy. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Gross. I don't like that description. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through heck. You mean because his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Legendary duo. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the case he had handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... If we see that Marshall Bro murder scene, you have to stop and look at QP image I posted. I will. I definitely will. Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence? Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Huh? Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That one where you can see the back of Dark's head? Okay. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? After case closed. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious that the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. Huh? After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. Oh yes, you know, the items being kept secret, which we've seen happen like a dozen times already. Yeah, apparently that is not a crime in this universe. Apparently, keeping evidence out of the record by the police and the prosecution is not a crime. That's apparently completely fine in this universe. You can't make up evidence that... You can't make up fake evidence, but you can also keep evidence from being presented in court, which is kind of crazy, but... Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to the Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she'd never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Okay. So yeah, it's not illegal to keep evidence out of a court case, but it is illegal to make up random, not true evidence, which are incredibly similar concepts, honestly. But all right, let's go and talk back to Edgeworth here. Talk. Forged evidence. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can ease that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact that remains that's the same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial. Now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. Look, I don't know what's going on with this weird tight-lipped grin thing he's got going on. Maybe he appreciates being worried about or something, but I don't know. I guess this is him trying to hide his happiness, but he's not doing a good job. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Okay, are you to Sundre? Is that what's going on here? But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture. Something seems strange about it. Can I just present that to him? I don't know if order of presentation matters, but... This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Which I guess we stole before we left? Not even the Edge can handle it? Yeah, no, even he's like, this is insane what's going on right now. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. I guess? Yes, you're right. Oh, that one has the spear. This one doesn't. Oh, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. Yeah, it has this spear or whatever. There's a story behind it, behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what that award's based on. What? What? Lance? I think it's a lance. Contradiction. What? You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean, anymore? That's who I was last year. What good does it do to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Or why can't he just accept it generously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, you notice anything different? Different. Yeah, don't you remember the other shield in the court record? I guess I better present this other shield. Wait, we have a different shield? Wait, what? I don't have a different shield. Do they mean the photo? I already did that. This picture was hanging on the wall. And Neil had just started taking, the King of the Prosecutor's trophy. You know, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall's holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Guess that was the hint to present the picture you did? I guess. Oh, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story. Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the word's based on. Okay. Oh, evident. Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe I just showed him my best evidence. I can get some reaction out of him? Oh, handprint, then? No, not the handprint. What about this? Nope. Not that. Security footage? No. Murder weapon. No. Maybe I can ask him about the screwdriver? Come now, Wright. You can't expect me to chat with him about... Okay, yeah, no. I mean, that's not even related... Wait. This is different. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here for the police department? The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make any sense. The spot I've gotten to on this Tavern D&D series, the guys have come up with a lot of good ideas, though. Like, good ideas about what? Like, what to do? I don't understand. A certain detective comes to mind. Including brainwashing a monster to their side. Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Can I examine this paper? I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh, no. He's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet. And even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside of me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. It's letter of resignation. I wonder if I could use it for anything. Letter of resignation put into pockets. Oh, okay, so we use that on Gumshoe, I'm guessing, then. And he'll change his mind. The Edge. Yeah, this is when he's going to start his vigilante arc. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this trophy? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. See, that's really strange. They needed to put him in the right location. So Gant knew that that body was in his trunk. King of Prosecutors Trophy. This award originated from an ancient Chinese tale. Interesting. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd. Okay, it was like a lance. It's a halberd, apparently. And the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he had claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. You're having a conversation. You don't need to objection in the middle of a conversation. Phoenix, how have you never heard this story? You mean the one that was made up for this specific trial? Or this specific module? Is this a thing? Has anybody heard of this? Is this a truth? Is this a well-known Chinese proverb or tale or something? Like, is this anything, or did they literally make this up off whole cloth? Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Wait, you haven't heard of this? I have never heard of this, no. As far as I know, this is all... to me, this sounds like the Emperor's Clothes thing. Where only the smart people can see the clothes, so the king pretends to be able to see the clothes even though there isn't clothes there. Feels like it's that kind of story to me, but... I've never heard of this. I mean, I'm not Chinese, and I've never done a deep dive into Chinese culture. I think the only thing I know about Chinese is that the number 4 is considered a bad luck over there. Just because I guess 4 in Chinese is very, very similar to death in Chinese. I think it's Chinese. Is this a thing then, Ika? Can you post a link in the Discord or something? I assume there's a wiki for this if this is this well known. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, 4 is Japanese, but could be Chinese too. Oh, okay. I thought, okay, that's fine. That's fair. So 4 is bad luck in Japanese, but could could be Chinese. It could be a Chinese thing also. Interesting. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. I've heard of the tale, but it was so long ago I forgot what it was about other than the merchant ripping you off. Alright, yeah, I've never heard of this one before. If you can find a link for it, put it in the Discord. That sounds interesting. I'm always into a culture's, like, folk tales, I guess. Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. You know, capitalism. Well, I mean, people have been trying to make a buck for all of existence, I have to imagine, so. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? People always hyping up their stuff about above what they can do. Yeah. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. What? Was the halberd somehow used as a weapon? Chief Gant? King of Prosecutors Trophies updated in the court record. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. I mean, I guess technically Neil Marshall had the statue with the... or had the trophy with the halberd on it, so I guess it could have been used as a weapon to stab him or something. Wait, did he use it as the weapon? Maybe. That might be part of it. I don't know, yeah. There is non-zero amount of evidence that that could be the case, yeah. Can I ask about this more? They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. But Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. His letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Alright, so it feels like we're done here then. Wait, can I tried to show you the trophy, right? Or the vase? Wait, please. I'm the prosecutor of this case. You don't expect me to sit here? Okay, yeah. Okay. The Edge. Yeah, he's getting very close to becoming a vigilante. Okay, I guess we go back to the underground parking. Can I present you with this? Wait. You might actually know something about this. I don't have anything else to tell you. Miss Starr. The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. What about cheap? Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Anything else to tell you? What about the Edgeworth resignation letter? Okay, no, she seems to be just totally done with us. Okay, so move back into the police department. We go into criminal affairs. February 24th, police station, criminals affairs department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. DJ? You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. Huh? I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Can I talk to you? No. All right. Well, let's print him the resignation letter. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Huh? No. No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cool as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective? That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? At least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. I like that description. That's a good description. It really implies that we understand how important this situation is. Alright, anything else to talk to you about? No. Alright, let's move out, team. Go to the chief's office and get a look around. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. Ah, so this is the... Hold on. Wait a second. Okay, if that's where this vase was... Okay, wait a second. If this vase is on the display case behind over here, then for this picture to make any sense based on the angles, the cameraman would have to have been standing like against this wall, taking the photo at like this 45-degree angle with their shoulder against this wall, past this statue at the trio, and then against this display case back here. What kind of insane photo was this? Why? Why was it taken that way? It doesn't make any sense. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! Did he just punch us? What just happened? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. What? I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. Our officers and photographers? Yeah. Japerica has some subpar police officers and photographers. Seriously. I could do better than this when I was in high school. Like, what even is this nonsense? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried about something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Why did we do that? I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. Me too, kind of. I'm gonna look around before I start talking to him. This is safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Don't touch it yet. Not sure what will happen if we enter the wrong code. Better wait until I find something more definite. A 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those somewhere? How about we try entering my birth date? I assume it's the... Hold on. Is this 7 digits? 3, 6. Okay, 7s. All 7s. It's all 7s. All right. Things like crushing things when he's done with them. Apparently? I'm not. I could say it. Nope. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. Is this the real deal? Isn't it? The armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? I mean, we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Well, he's literally a demon. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Yeah, the armor of the blind knight, yeah. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Pushed that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence? A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on. Detective, what did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Maybe they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence? A half-size list of evidence. A list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. We'll be using that in court to do a fusion dance with Edgeworth to put Gant in prison, I guess. Wow, look at the size of Chief's desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would the list be doing here? Better look at a little more into this. Okay, let's examine it. What? Why is this? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Advance lamp, welcome. How goes the life of crime? It would probably be pretty easy to get away with in this universe, honestly. The police are completely inept. This has got to be the drawing that Emma made that she said wasn't very good. This has got to be Emma's drawing, right? What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. The welcome, Advance Lamp. How are you doing? Huh? Oh. No, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright? I better not forget about this picture. Interesting. Why are we hiding it from Emma? Alright, what else do we got? We got the pipe organ. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. How you? I'm doing alright, how are you? I'm a little tired today, but otherwise I'm doing alright. Losing my mind at this module, but that's nothing new. Did that go into evidence? Yeah, we have evidence. The picture is on the back of this evidence list. So we can, it's in there, but in kind of a weird, indirect sort of way. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. Good lord. Why? You can't put a pipe organ in a building like this. It's too heavy. When a detective messes up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment? Literally? But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Demon? He is a demon. We're 95% sure the chief of police is some form of demon or such. Definitely. Maybe he's the G-Man from Half-Life. No, he's got too much color in his face. The G-Man was super pale. This guy's got like, this guy's orange. Like legitimately orange. Like he's definitely a demon or something. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So as long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Maybe he had a spray-on tan. No, this guy's a demon. We did see a character in Pathologic 2 that looked like G-Man. Well, that's true. We did run into a G-Man looking guy. Who was that one? That was... I think it was Subarov? The guy who's in charge of like policing the town, I think. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left side. Hey, was the first person you talked to in your first playthrough? Wait, what? It was like the first person you talked to in your first playthrough. First playthrough. Yeah, I don't remember. I remember us talking about a guy looking like the G-Man. In Pathologic 1, I mean? Oh. Oh, that was... Grigori Kane, then. I think Grigori Kane was the first person you talked to in Pathologic 1, playing as the Bachelor. Let's hear, Floppity likes to include his viewers as characters and modules he's playing. Who would you say is who for Ace Attorney? Oh, God. I'm curious. That's really hard to say. I don't think anybody in the board is as dumb as Gumshoe is. I feel like I'd be insulting somebody by implying... By casting them as Gumshoe, it'd be an insult. Gumshoe is Bovir, yeah, but that's not a character from that's not a person from the board. Oh my god, that's really hard to say. I mean, I would have honestly said I'm Gumshoe. I don't think so. Maybe you're... No, I mean, that's also kind of rude because Larry's kind of an idiot, but... I feel like you're too... You don't get worked up enough to be Gumshoe. I think you would probably be closer to Larry. Maybe Chang Make Money is... No, I'm not Larry? Oh, alright. Maybe Chang Make Money is Gumshoe, but... Even he seems way too smart. I don't know anybody in the board who seems dumb enough to be Gumshoe. Like, I don't know who I would cast in that role. Like, Emma, I could see being, like, Dante and Pan. Dante and Pan was a younger person, so I could see them being Emma. I could see Ika just being, like, Phoenix Wright because he's also very, like... He can see contradictions in things pretty easily. His nemesis, of course, then would be... probably I Swear I'm Not an Elk. Would probably have to play Edgeworth. Floppity Penguin could probably be like Von Karma or something. I might look down to earth in chat, but I do lose my temper, especially when I'm around Zane. Ah, gotcha. But yeah, I could see Zane playing Von Karma. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Oh, you know what? I bet Chang Make Money, with all their years of experience, could be Mia. But like, just put Chang Make Money in drag and make them be Mia, just straight up be Mia. No gender swap the character. Just make them be Mia. But Karma Zane actually makes a lot of sense considering how sadistic Zane can be at times. Interesting picks. The bots get to play, whenever we get a bot, the bots in general, like the bots we bonk out of here, get to play that guy from the first trial who was the traveling door-to-door salesman slash murderer. He was so weird and freaky and like off-putting. He is definitely played by a robot. Let's see. I mean, I don't have a huge chat, right? I would say that's probably all I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, I'm a very small streamer. I only have a few people in chat at any given time. And I mean, I don't know all of you that well, is the other thing, right? I try to do my best, but you're all so interesting with all your habits and stuff I don't know about you. But yeah, that's my rough take on who I would put in what roles. It's all good. These are good picks. Okay, thank you. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh. I thought we were going to get to see the photo. I don't know why this photo is them two at a theme park, when from here it looks like it's some kind of, like, plant or something, but alright. This was taken on the day that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. They went to the big plant theme park. I mean, there could be like a, like, what do you call them? Like a sunflower themed park or something. Looking at Von Karma, I get not an elk vibes. Well, no, the problem is Von Karma only shows up once in a while. Like, he's only shown up a little bit. Like, Floppity Penguin doesn't spend a lot of time in the chat. And they are very, like, argumentative with Phoenix Wright, who is played by Ika. Whereas Edgeworth is around all the time, like Not Elk is. But also is combative with Ika. So they both have to play combative people against Ika, but in this case, Von Karma, who's only around for a little bit, is Floppity Penguin, and then Edgeworth is played by I Sort Not an Elk, who's around more often. That's my rationale for who plays who in that regard. Ika has to deal with both of them. It's just Von Karma doesn't show up in my chat very much as Floppity Penguin. You know what? We did have a board member who showed up who was named I Am Von Karma. So I guess I Am Von Karma could play Von Karma. Oh, I see how you look at it. Yeah, if I'm going to apply logic to how I'm applying the board members to the characters of this module, I have to. That's the best I can do. But I did forget we did have I Am Von Karma show up in chat one time. So if nothing else, I Am Von Karma could play Von Karma. They went along with the chief, Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Showing up to work is important? That's true. Gee, you think? Ooh, computer? This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Let's see, what else do we got? I do find it odd that they went with this church aesthetic for the room. Okay, can't look at the phone separately. Oh, other window. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here... First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. I mean, how can he lord his demonness over the people if he can't see? Is that a crystal ball? What? Like a plate? Okay, kind of weird, but fine. A little diorama of like a building. Sure. Church aesthetic just makes the demon theory more likely. Yeah. I can't quite tell what this is, but it kind of reminds me of like a those Chinese staffs that they use. The guy from Inuyasha was supposed to be like a monk or something, and he had a staff that had these like rings on top of it. Just kind of looking at it, maybe it's a trumpet though. Like if this goes down and wraps around, the bottom of this might be a trumpet. The left two looks like an ocarina or two. Yeah, these kind of look like ocarina, but I don't know why you'd have a pair of them like this. But yeah, those definitely do kind of look like ocarina. I was thinking sort of the same thing, but I don't know why you'd have a pair of ocarina. And then he's got a full-on magic. What did I call it a second ago? One of these, the mystical orb ball things. I can't remember what they're called suddenly. My brain has lost that thought. Crystal ball, a crystal ball. Like, yeah, crystal ball, thank you. But yeah, so that's a unique collection of things. All right, let's try this again, and let's try all 7s. Yep, let's enter the code. 7 digits, you say. Okay, input number. Don't you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's... What? I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. That looks... Code confirmed. Access granted. Nailed it. Wait, what? It's too late, Nika. What happened? I need to check for blood. I know I need to do that. But... Can you do a search on? Oh, you mean the blood thing. Yeah. What number did you enter? With the chemical? Forgot what it's called. Yeah. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7s. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number on the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 7s? That ID number? I think you're 1-7 shy this time. Only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Okay, hold on. I need to luminol the room, everybody. No blood on that. And it actually reset it for us. No, there's no blood on this. I mean, it's been 2 years. The chances of finding a trace of blood on any of this stuff from 2 years ago is pretty far-fetched. I mean, not impossible. This module does silly things like that all the time. Aha! 2 years ago, there's still blood traces here. 7 7s also implies the devil's luck. Does it? Is that a thing? I've never heard of 7 7s being the devil's luck, but I would also believe that. Whoa, the area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so that reaction's kind of dull. So a murder really did take place here. Okay. Kind of dull. It should be completely gone. If they have cleaned this place as much as twice, it would all be gone, but whatever. I was kind of hoping there would be like blood traces on the like keys of the organ or something, but all right, that seems like that's about everything. At least all the blood we're allowed to find right now. They might add more blood later, which we've had happen to us also. Right. It's just that it's super lucky and the devil is supposed to be super lucky. Oh, gotcha. Are you all right, bud? Are you okay? He's breathing real hard. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup? This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in there, too. A handprint? What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth? Okay. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup? They look like a piece of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove that have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are those two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show that detective. Yeah. First of all, how do I... Okay, wait, do I... Hold on, let me talk to him and then I'll present stuff. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. Leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. Told us so himself on New Year's Eve, at our New Year's Eve party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one has ever touches the desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years has passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Just don't let it go at all. Let it go at that. Sorry? This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Okay, so... Well, first of all, can I use... Hold on. Okay, I can't use the fingerprinting kit when it's not time to fingerprint. Okay, that just closes that back up. So, I gotta present him the vase, I'm guessing. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of the evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Does this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments? Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. I can piece this together again. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I have to hit the button the right way. Okay. I think it goes that way. Yes, okay. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant was willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident? But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. What? Well, it has whatever this writing is on it, but I don't know. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Okay, can I can check this. Hey, look, here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood? This piece the Chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. You can zoom in, zoom out, or rotate it. Do I need to, like, look at it upside down or something silly? Can I use luminol on... No, it doesn't look like it can. Rotate back in and out. It definitely looks like something got washed off or, like, taken off of this. I was wondering if I could use the luminol to show the rest of the symbols. What I think? Demon. It's... What is it, like kanji for demon or something? I assume if this is going to be a language, it's probably going to be Japanese just because that's where this comes from, but... I guess it wouldn't be demon though, right? It would be Oni or something. Japanese folklore is obviously very different than American or Christian, so... No, I sent that a few minutes ago. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, so can I talk to you? Okay, what about the other piece of evidence? When Phoenix was, I don't know what to think of Damon, or whatever. Oh, okay. Yeah, we should think demon. Might be intrigue. Okay, what about the other piece of evidence? Where did it go? It's not in here. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. I would like to use this fingerprint kit on the leather piece. Maybe I can present the fingerprint kit to him? Head of Gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what this is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. Talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Jeez. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check out for fingerprints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once that has been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Okay, so... Presumably, we want to start with the tips of the fingers. The tips are the fingies. Blow. Okay. Tips of the fingies. Is that enough? No, I guess it's not. Okay, we got to be pretty close here. There we go. No, it doesn't look like Gant's. It's similar to, but not quite the same as Angel Stars. It's Emma's? What? Comparison complete. Match found. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems that the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. She committed the murder? I thought they'd be, Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. You in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Oh, okay, we've seen his first starting to sweat when he's under investigation. We finally get to see what he looks like when he starts sweating a little bit. All right. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? I don't know if I trust him to be alone with her. Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. No, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Grant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Never trust a demon with a kid? Yeah. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. She'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center. Visitor's room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning? It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Huh? Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Huh? It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Okay, let's talk. Keeping quiet. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're willing to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is the person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Why, the dead person. You're very scared of Mike Meekins. He just keeps screaming at you with that bullhorn he gets to keep at all times on his person, and you just can't take it anymore from the kid. You can't do it. He's terrifying you. Thinks he's a cowboy. The victim and a good man, detective in criminal affairs who handled the SL9 case. Detective the Lozo precinct in charge of the initial investigation. She is scared of herself. High school junior and self-styled scientific investigator, client, sister of Lana Skye. Mysterious lunch lady, witness to the murder known as the Cough-Up Queen. It's probably Gant. Though he may not seem it, he's top dog. Let's say Gant. Well, Miss Skye, Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? Damen Gant. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respect him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, those are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command on that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you're intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. This? I just found this in the safe in the chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman? Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Orders? Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I needed to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident? Serial killer Joe Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hand was shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Dark's knife. It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't even want it to be opened. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the porters would have field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe, right? Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Why does she keep, like... I guess they didn't want to animate other aspects of her. Like, they didn't want to give her a bunch of extra animation, so they just have her rotating in place. Because they just needed different perspectives. That's a really cheap and lazy way to show her having emotions, is just having her spin around in circles. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further than in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to derive off Lana's demons. Demons! I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Spin, 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 yeah. Detective Goodman's real murder. Detective Goodman's real murderer. Demons! And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh, I just realized the chief is wearing gloves. The chief is wearing gloves all the time. So that's where the bloody handprint with the glove came from. It was off of... off the chief's gloves. Rotato Lenato. Okay. Icky, you alright, bud? Alright, select the save data. Yeah. Why not? February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if it is what she is. Something's been happening behind the scenes? Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7th ID card is, that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still a room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Huh? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in the court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Well, we've got an hour left, team. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Wait, what? Did he actually teleport in, or did he walk over there? Morgan, folks, how's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Demonic teleportation? 100%. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claims does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. She rotated again, you're not wrong. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Throw him the double birds. Just double bird him and go, no, 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 no. We're playing this one to the ground, buddy. We're taking it all the way down. Me, you, and Phoenix Wright are going into the mud pit and we're gonna finish this. I don't think I can care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to consent. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Oh, yes. Edgy boy, put him up. Throw him double birds. Tell him to go eat some fresh bull droppings, and let's tear this whole place down, bud. You and me, Edgy, we're gonna burn the place down. We're gonna put them all behind bars. We're doing it, team. We're doing it. We're gonna, me and Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth here are gonna burn this whole city down. We're gonna put every single person in jail. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. Get some. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Wow, in a court of duty, you're actively threatening his life. All right. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Oh, we're going in, team. It's just me and Edgy standing back to back, throwing blows. Now then, witness, please state your name and your occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. Edgy is perfectly fine with this occupation. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall the events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's about to lead the truth behind this trial. This is awesome. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. Dramatic flashback time. Oh yeah, it is. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I never forgot what I saw in that instant. Oh, here's that head you were talking about. This is the scene you're talking about? All right, hold on. This is what you're talking about, right? Yeah? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, we might be able to do a one-to-one with this. Hold on. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Ika. You are 100% correct. Open in browser. Here we go, team. Check this out. Whoop. 100%. 100%. Keep that in mind. You nailed it, Ika. You nailed it. 100%. Joe Dark is officially the Mayo murder man. Yeah, it's what happened when that baby grew up. He went crazy after he hit someone with his car and went on a stabbing spree. That's exactly what happened. Oh my god, that's awesome. Good pull, Ika. Good pull. Good pull. Love it. I'm giving you 2 emotes. Laugh and hearts on that one. That's fantastic, Ika. Nice one. Nice one, bud. All right, let's get back to this so we can hopefully get this finished up. All right. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. I'm guessing the handprint on the leather is from the vest of Marshall, right? Like the back or something? It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of the police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on that day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Drake proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. The old marshal rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Drake's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of the Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out? Wait a minute. It was a pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind. I see. Wait a second. If it's him standing above him with the knife, how did he get stabbed in the back? In the one scene, they showed Marshall laying on top of Joe Dark with the knife in his back. How did he get stabbed in the back if he was holding a knife up to his face? I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim? Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture, though, the witness drew, I believe has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain the picture. Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. The man raised the knife and was stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage? When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. Yeah, just nailed it with that head thing. Joe Dark is officially, yeah, I remember, yeah. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Are you talking about... half. So this part I'll gotta listen. This? Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor is in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case was ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If this evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Huh? Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? He just pooped his pants. What? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It doesn't look like it from here. Does no one ever think of the backside of paper? What is wrong? It's that thing. What? That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence in SL9, and half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Emma's picture. This is a lot. I mean, that sound effect really, and then mixed with that face, made it look like Edgeworth had pooped his pants. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damien Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness? But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Drake had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you draw exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well, that's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was the shadow. Okay, hold on. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. So... must have fainted. Here's exactly what I saw in that instant. So... wait. Okay, that is the last one. So, I'm gonna contradict with this. I think. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? The stabbing? I think it's this part here. I don't see, because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. Guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. So long as the defense has learned their lesson, I better take another look at that autopsy report in the picture. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster. I'm not sure what they want here. Because obviously he's about to stab him in the face or the chest or the neck or like the front of his body. How was he stabbed in the back? I guess I don't know where I know the contradiction. I just don't know how to present it with this. Just holding us by the shoulder. Maybe the weapon? Because I clicked on his chest. It wasn't his chest. Where did he get stabbed? He got stabbed in the back. But this photo makes it look like he's being stabbed in the chest. He was stabbed in the back and it pierced his lung and his heart. Oh, wait. Present? Oh, no. That would just be... I clicked this chest because I thought that was the contradiction, that it said he was stabbed in the back, but this picture shows him being stabbed in the chest. But that's not the contradiction. So I'm not sure what they want from me here. This is going to be one of those things where, like, I need to click on, like, specifically his elbow or something stupid, even though that doesn't make any sense for the contradiction I'm trying to make. I don't know, the weapon, I guess. Or maybe the fact he's on his knees? But that wouldn't really change that he was stabbed in the back through the lung and a heart. Unless they're implying he was stabbed upward. Like he was stabbed in the back straight, whereas downward it wouldn't have gone through. Because if you're going through a lung and into his heart, it'd have to be going straight through. This would imply it's going down, which wouldn't have gone into his lung and a heart. I looked it up. All right, what is it? Is it literally just that the angle of the weapon then? It's the tip of the knife? You mean that the tip of the blade is already missing? Is that what it is? That's a rough sketch of a weapon. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closer, you can see that its tip is broken. What? You're telling me this was supposed to be a photorealistic representation of a knife, and the fact that this is blunt means that it's... Okay, sure, whatever. Of all the contradictions in this photograph that you've presented me with, it's that the representation of this weapon is not accurate. All right, sure. That's what it is. It's not the fact that he was stabbed in the back and he's aiming at his front. It's not the fact that the angle of the stab is in the wrong way to go through the heart and the lung. No, it's that this witness drawing does not accurately show the knife being pointy. Sure, whatever. If you look closer, you can see that its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should have not yet been broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Look, in that picture, it still has the point on it. Prosecutor Marshall chafed after him and was killed by Dark. Is it my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie? I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? There is another one. Is this the dagger off of the dagger piece off of the statue for the trophy? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Yes, it absolutely 100% could be in real life, but all right. Mr. Wright, in that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon's already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. I assume this? It's got to be the photo, right? Showing the dagger? I'm going to try this. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall's holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given the broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Bonkers? Oh yeah. He took a fake knife and tried to use it as a weapon in a struggle, I guess? Yeah, in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors awarded knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Is that the... All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Oh, God. All right. That's possible that you can have, like... Your brain will seal off memories if they're so harsh that they, like, they damage you in your psyche. That can happen. Character building, yeah, that can happen. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. Dang, that's a hard word for me to say. Recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. It's got to be a... What do you call it? It would be a shadow of that the unbalanced jar or something. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Emma's recollection. Dang that word. When I saw that man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office's report. Words, yeah. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward the both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. As we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. We're about to reveal that I think Marshall was actually killed by accident by Emma. So Emma's going to have to live with the fact that she murdered a man trying to save her life. That's pretty dark if that's what's going to happen. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. But so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I had seen him before, somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought this thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what is important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I'm supposed you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it that Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I just might know. The blue badger hasn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow? Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Who is this 4chan? No, God. No, it's not 4chan. I know they have their weird 3-leaf thing or whatever. Something is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this instant? Please show us the mysterious blue badger look-alike. It's gotta be this, right? Have you seen that news clip? No, I have not seen the news clip about 4chan. Hold on. Let me check this. I feel like it's this, but I'm not sure what the angle on that has to be. I'll post it on the Discord. All right. If it's not that, I don't know what else it could be. That's the only thing we have from that room. Yeah, it's got to be that vase. The final fragment found in Chief Gate's safe, blood traces. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar? But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I got the what? Like that? Or would it just be straight up and down? Oh, maybe like this. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta... Like that, maybe? That's gotta be it. This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the blue badger. Allow me to remind the defense in cases hinging on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape to the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim. Got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Got to show them the correct angle to make it look like the blue badger. Like, the only other thing I can think of is... Maybe like that? How did she get 3 dots? Maybe... Hold on. I don't think it has anything to do with this hole through the middle. I think the thin top is the center middle. Like, more like this. So like that, you mean? Middle bell? What? Middle bell. I think the thin top is the center middle. So something like that, you mean? I mean, that kind of makes sense. There's no... I guess we can try this. Let's try this one, I guess. I guess that would explain the blood also, right? Okay, maybe like that? No, that's not it either. And like a ground eye view upwards towards it? Okay, so... Oh, like that? Yeah. Okay. What about this? Nope, that isn't right. I wish I could see the drawing, because I feel like the drawing is a more accurate representation than this is. Okay, wait. Let me try. No. Something like this? Wait. I don't think it had the smile on it. Nope, that's not right either. Like, to me, that looks about accurate. Like, you have it, it flares out in both directions, and then you have this come up to the round part on top, which is what's up here. They said this isn't right. What does Q do? Oh, that just rotates it. Those are just ways to do it with the keyboard instead of the mouse. H. N. Okay, we can, and then we can like rotate it this way. See, like, something like this also looks about right. But I think we tried this also, and it didn't work. Let me see something. I don't know. I don't know how to make it more. Do that, but a steeper angle. I just checked it. Do. Wait. Do what more? Like down like this? Or you mean like up like this? The way I very okay, Ika. So, I think the thin top is the center middle, right? Do that, but at a steeper angle. I just checked it. Okay, so it'd have to be like this. But I thought I already turned one of these in. Like, I thought I did this. Yeah, see, that's not right. Do I need the blood in the front, maybe? No, the way I suggested earlier. What? Yeah, the thin... I think the thin top, which I assume you mean this piece, is the center middle, which you mean... I think you mean for this, right? So... like this... Yeah, okay, yeah. The hard part is getting this to actually do what I want it to do. So something like that? Where we have the blood in the front, but it's upside down? I swear I tried this too. No, it looks more like it like this. Like, I mean, that looks right to me. The angle you want is at it so you don't really see the thinning of the neck at the top. Oh, okay. So like that? So you just see the round bit, I guess? Alright, so like that? Nope. God, this controls so stupidly. These controls. I'll post the picture on the Discord. Okay. Because, yeah, I don't know what else I can get from this. Because I swear we've tried this 3 different times with slightly different angles, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. I literally just presented this. This is what they want me to present. I swear to God, I just presented this. I must have been pixels off or something. I swear we've presented this similar, or something very similar to this at least 3 times. But thank you, Ika. We will try this out now. It is being incredibly particular, I guess. Okay, so I need to rotate it. So like that, right? Like this? Oh, screen. Sorry. Apparently that was not correct. I don't understand what I'm missing here. Okay, so... God, this control scheme for this is insane. They really did not put a lot of effort into making this work correctly. Alright. So, up like this. Like that. That's got to be it, right? Like... Does this not match what we were looking at seconds ago? I don't know. Get the top middle a little higher. Okay. Like that, you think? Okay. Try this. Okay, so try like that right there. I'm gonna give that a second. I'm gonna let that simmer. So we're thinking like this, yeah? All right, let's try this one and see what we get. No, they don't like it. Is this a bug? Is this like a thing? Like you can't actually succeed at this? And I mean specifically in the Trilogy set or something. Because I mean... I don't know what more they want from me on that. I guess get the right and left bells at the same height, which is dumb. You need to do that, I guess. Like that? I mean, those are very even on the bells on the side. The middle and the back. I mean, that's as... Using the lines that I'm giving there, that's about as even as they get. Like, I don't know... Yeah, then get the top middle a little higher. Okay. Okay. I mean, that still looks pretty even. I'm just trying to figure out how high. I mean, that's a... I can't get them perfectly even, but that's about as close as I think I'm going to be able to get them for evenness. Alright, I'm going to try this one. Oh, thank you, God. Oh, my God. Well, is that a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. My lord, that was absurd. No? It can't be? Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please, tell us. What's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The murderer, I think? The location, the murder weapon, the murderer. Oh, it's got to be the location. Because the jar was on the other side of the room. So it changes the location, right? Because that jar was on the far right side of the room, where the murder took place on the far left side of the room. It's got to be location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, we could say, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would they do that? There's no reason. Exactly. Huh? If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. So she pushed Marshall into the statue, and it stabbed him through the back and killed him. So Emma Sky killed Neil Marshall thinking it was Joe Dark. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the king of King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. I don't know. You mean... Yeet? Mm-hmm. Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Thud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. Character building, yeah. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? We're not pinning the crime on her. It was an accident. Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proved that my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have any evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Rotato Lanado? Yeah. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one more possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased? Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? She's not a murderer. It's homicide. It's self-defense, but it'd be closer to manslaughter. Don't be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. I'm guessing it's the blood writing on this. Because, I mean, that has the traces of blood on it. And then this proves that Emma pushed him. Found in Chief Gant's safe evidence for something but what? Bears Emma Skye's prints. Evidence for something but what? I don't know if they mean literally left a message or they mean figuratively left a message. I'm going to try this first. If it's not that, then I'm going to try that. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he doing to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what are you saying is these dots were once lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to leave him to leave him behind a message. What's that someone apparently wiped away? But the blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these dots, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these message stains will reveal to us the answer. We've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstance. His murderer's name. Couldn't you use that chemical instead? We should 100% be able to, yeah. Oh, wait, court record. Can I? Wait. No, they're not letting me. Butts. Wait, fingerprints maybe? No. S. I'm hoping to God this is in English, by the way. If this is in like Japanese, there's no way I'm gonna be able to get this. S. Because if it's sky, or Emma, it's Emma, right? So E. I mean, in this case, it did make much more sense since the blood wasn't entirely wiped away until, unlike a lot of the other times you did use it on places where the blood was properly cleaned away. Right, exactly. If it's Emma, so E, M, oh, A. Yeah, there we go. Emma. Okay, so how E. How do I... Okay, there we go. Okay, I guess... M. Like that? There's no other dot here for me to connect these parts, so... Present. I was thinking Sky, like her last name, but her first name is actually Emma. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove the client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. I assume Emma passed out, and that's what that thud noise was? Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant? Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Ugh. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Evidence I was given by you, by the way. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in the charge. What? Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Wow, great job on trying to deflect the blame off of you, the person who presented all the fake evidence to get this person convicted. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death? How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Because it wasn't! Order, 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 order! He was presented evidence that he was trusting the police. The gravel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh, we're gonna put Gaunt right into the grounds where we're gonna put him. We're sending him back to heck if I've got anything to say about it. Save your progress? Yes. Wow, what a stream. Punch Naaman? Yeah. What a case, everybody. What a case. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. No idea what to think of this. Save. Yeah. Oh my god. Also, no, just shoot him with a holy water squirt gun? Yeah. Alright. Alright, there it is, team. There it is. Hold on. February 25th, 12:06. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. I can't exit yet. There we go. Alright. So we got the save done. We will pick this up next week with this insane case where we proved 2 years ago a 14-year-old killed a district prosecutor in self-defense thinking it was actually a serial killer. Why? Because they were all wrestling around in the dark. Unbelievable. If you want to turn to this guy, you lose any unsent progress. That's fine. What an insane module this is. Alright, Okay. Okay, I saw I think the CNN article you posted. Okay, I'll check that out in a minute. Alright, so next week, let's do scheduling. Next Sunday is American Father's Day. So we're gonna push the stream till Monday because I know I'm gonna be busy with something one way or the other. But yeah, we'll push the stream till Monday. And we'll do that at probably I'll probably be able to start that at 2 p.m. if everything goes right at work. Hopefully, it's either gonna be at 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. It'll be sometime in there. It all depends on when I get done with my day job, my day job. So we'll push next Sunday to Monday between 2 and 3 p.m. Well, as I get closer to the day, we'll get more information about that. 2 days from today on Tuesday, 3 p.m., we will be starting up the brand new module, The Getaway. PS2 classic as far as I'm concerned. Written and programmed and voice acted by, I believe, all actual British people. And it has a bunch of interesting mechanics for its time that I'm going to be presenting here. It's not super long, and it's actually pretty well done overall. Obviously, the graphics are going to be PS2 era, so they're not going to be great. But I think for a fun little action-y thing that's going to be very different than all the other stuff we've done, considering this is much more grounded in like mob, like a crime drama, as opposed to a lot of the over-the-top fantasy stuff that I do, whether it's sci-fi or whatever. I think this will be a little bit different direction to go, as that it almost acts like a more narratively driven GTA style module than it does something like Stalker or Doom or something like that. I think it'll be a very interesting different take, as long as I can get it working. If not, we'll go to Hi-Fi Rush. But that'll be 2 days from today, Tuesday at 3 p.m. here on Twitch. Thursday, 3 p.m. here on Twitch, we will continue Dungeon Rats. We finished one more. I think we've defeated one more gang and then defeated the Emperor's Enforcer. So we have some crazy nonsense about to happen, and then potentially the fight with the Emperor himself, who it sounds like is probably something along the lines of a god being. So that'll be fun. But that'll be Thursday, 3 p.m. here on Twitch. And then next Saturday, we'll have potentially more Fallout if we don't finish it, which we'll probably finish it. In which case, we'll be starting up Elder Scrolls Oblivion as the new In-Betweener module. And then after that, at 2 p.m., we'll be continuing our playthrough of Pathologic 2, where we're now officially on day 3, but it's not acting like day 3, so I don't know what's going to happen next. If you want to get caught up on this, of course, we have the YouTube repository, Raven Hillbrook Inc. Links for that are in chat and on the info page. Everything I create gets slightly edited and put up there. I'm a little behind, I think, right now. I think I have Dungeon Rats from Thursday up there. I got to get Fallout from Thursday up there. And I got to get yesterday's stuff edited and put up. So we're only a little behind. But we also have the Discord. Links for that are in chat and on the info page. General discussion, recommendations if you want to see me play something through something specific. Water cool section for memes. Lunch break for food. Art board for any kind of art you create. Office pets for funny animal stuff. And the after hours section for the spicy stuff. Then we've got the Twitter, at Hillbrook Inc. Hillbrook, again, one word, INC. Schedule reminders, updates if there are changes, and notes from management to the board. Got an idea for an in-betweener module thing you can do when it comes out. Okay. You want to throw it over in the Discord, and we'll talk about it on Tuesday, or do you want to talk about it now? If we're going to talk about it now, I humbly request we talk about it quickly, because I really need to go to the restroom. But I want to thank everybody who stopped by today, of course. Ika, we had Advanced Lamp for a little while. We had what was her name? I can never, not Advanced Lamp though. Advanced Lamp was definitely here. Ken Parold stopped by. Thank you so much. Think that was it. We didn't have a lot. It's good. It's good. All right. It's good. Okay. We'll check it out on Tuesday then if you want to throw it over in the Discord. See you, Seltzer. Thanks, Ika. You have a good one. Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy your day off tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, I want to thank again everybody who stopped by. Ika, Advanced Lamp, Ken Parold. Did we have someone else back at the beginning? We might have had one other person. Thank you. Any of the lurkers, of course, you have the Twitch row go around. We always appreciate you. Anybody who checks the VODs here on Twitch or checks the VODs on the YouTube repository, thank you. It's always greatly appreciated. I think that's about got it for me. Like I said, I got to go use the restroom. But yeah, I think that's it. Have a good rest of whatever you're doing. And I hope to see you back on Tuesday for The Getaway. And if I can't get it to work, then we'll just go to Hi-Fi Rush, which is the next thing on the list, as suggested by Floppity Penguin, I believe. But yeah, that'll be it for me. Bye!